Hey everyone, how are you feeling tonight? Do you hear me well? Everything okay? I'm trying a couple of new things for today. I increased or actually decreased the latency, and it should be much, much faster. At least I should see your messages much faster. Cool. Thank you for that. Thank you for the confirmation. And I also added new overlays. I spent a couple of hours reading on OBS and created this fancy new overlay, which we can use as a transition where you guys can see the chat. I still haven't been able to figure out the transitions and other stuff, but it's, I'm going to do that next week. Baby steps. Baby steps. So how is everyone? How was your week? Everything all right? Did you guys enjoy your days? How was the Saturday? Hello. Is it Jesus? Jesus. Oh man, Wolfau made it. Hey man, how are you? Oh, really? Sorry to hear that, Tungsten. You were deer hunting, Honza. Really? I'm not sure how to react to that. Did you hunt any deer? Concur, yep, as the chat looks like squished, but it can be perfect. Yeah, I mean, at this point, wait, hold on. Let me check it out. What's going on with the chat? I can actually extend it a little bit, but it's not the point. I found out that YouTube does record chat, so for you, it's mostly to see the messages and how fast I can see them. Jesus, or maybe it's Jesus. That would make sense, but my Spanish is non-existent. Honza went with his dad for deer hunting. We saw some deer, but we saw some does, but no deer. I'm sure that is it forbidden to hunt does? I never went deer hunting in my life. I went a couple of times to gather some mushrooms. That's as close as I get to hunting. I'm not really a hunter myself, but hopefully one day I'm gonna have a chance to hunt a squirrel and skin it and enjoy its pelt during warm summer nights. Those are more common. Yeah, I would guess they are, but they can also be pregnant, which deer, I mean, at least the male deer. The doe is not a male, doe is not a female deer, right? I'm not sure. Hansa, are you sure about what you're saying or are you trolling me? Like you sound like you live in middle of United States or Florida or something. And what the hell are swamps near Brno? Those are female buck. Ah, bucks are males. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I see a couple other people joined. Welcome to the stream. I mean, you do for most cases. No, you now live in Brno. Don't lie. you live there. You're now, a native to the city. By the way, guys, I got a couple of really interesting games lined up for today. I spent a week thinking about what we're gonna do, and we're having a really fun night ahead of us. I hope you guys will enjoy it as much as I plan to do, because there is a couple of things that I have planned that could be really fun. So hope you enjoy it. It looks like Finland here. Well, I mean, in Shumava it does. I mean, I thought that you're still on university, right? Last year, Hansa. But yeah, Wolfa, how's Australia? How's the weather there? You're having summer now, starting now soon, right? Platform 8 is something that we're gonna do today. That is definitely on the menu. We also have the Stanley Parable on the menu, and we have Nuclear Throne on the menu, because I think that would be a really good thing for the stream. But I am suggesting we might also look at a game called Level Devil, which I found today as an accident, and it is amazing. I don't know if you guys saw those videos on Facebook where you see like the programmer was a real dick and they created a level that is uh, made to screw you up, where the worst possible things are happening during a platformer. So Level Devil is exactly that. It's just a set of levels that are trying to kill you actively. And I've been playing it a little bit on my phone, and then I immediately downloaded it for my PC because it's just amazing. Summer here, pretty erratic weather in Australia. Was fairly hot for most of this week and fairly cool yesterday. Ah, spring. Yeah, I was thinking that summer starts probably in a month or two, right? Uh, Also, the chat on stream is quite deformed. Yeah, I am aware of that. Sorry about it. I tried fixing that, but again, yeah, I'm not planning to stream like this. It is really just for you guys to see what messages I can see in my chat. What I'm planning to do actually is to stream like with the magic of technology like this. Ta-da! So the river is just to show the chat. How am I? Well, I had a busy day today. Saturdays are always busy. My wife was out. She had a concert, so I spent the day with the kids. In the morning, I went to have some swimming lessons with them. So I woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I haven't stopped since. So that's how my day went. Also, I found out I have mold in my car, like literal mold, which is something that I didn't know was even possible. So that was the high point of my day so far. Mm. Oh, nice. Hansa sent some pictures. Nice. Which kind? Mold comes from a lot of varieties. Well, my kids spilled. We call it in Czech. It's called Nutrion. It's basically a baby formula on the floor, and I thought I cleaned it up very well, but obviously I didn't. And today we were getting in the car, and there's literally like white patches on the floor. So I wanted to clean it out in the afternoon, but I found out I don't have the I don't know what it's called, like antifungal cleaning that you have in your home in case of a mold appearing. So we needed to buy it tomorrow, and I need to clean it up. It's just like on the floor, basically where they spilled it, but it's kind of fun. Yeah, it's actually not on the fucking carpet. That would be the easiest thing because I cleaned the carpets when they spilled it, but it had to soak under it, and it's literally on the floor, like on the thing. Yeah, I know it's Sunday tomorrow, but nothing we can do with that. So, guys, let's see what we're gonna start with. I'm gonna create a little bit of mm, yeah. I will never get used to the fact that YouTube only offers 4 options in their poll. What are we going to start with? So the option first is Level Devil, a game that hates you. Stanley's. Wait, no. We can do the platform 8 as a second option. Second part of Exit 8, which we played last time and was really fun. Or we can do the Stanley's Parable, a narrative-driven game. I never played it, so that's one thing that I should mention. Or we can do a couple of runs in Nuclear Throne, which I love. So, and now, why will you not let me publish this? What is the issue, game? YouTube. It's too long. A narrative-driven game. Would that work? No, it's still too long. Game that hates you. Like this. So, cast your votes. What we're gonna start with. I would like to show you the level because it's really fun. It is actually, it made me really laugh a lot. But I know that you guys might want to see platform 8, which we'll have to figure out together, or we can do something else. So let's see. Cast your votes, everyone. Man, I will never get used to the fact that you guys are just like literally split in the middle. It's amazing. I love that. Mm, it's soaked into the wood. I don't have any wood in my car, Conqueror. It's a modern car. I don't know there's any cars made of wood. Fungicide would be the term. Yes, fungicide, exactly. Card game called. Did it happen again? You mean the one that we played last time? That was Curious Expedition, maybe? Or which card game? I'm not sure what card game you mean. By the way, I'm not sure. I think Conqueror, can you confirm? Same with Honza. I tried to give you guys the. Oh no, that's Book of Hours. The game that you're asking about, Honza. And the Gauntlet Simulator-esque game is Book of Hours. But I gave Conqueror and Hansa and Wolfau, you too. I gave you guys the moderator rights. I don't think that we will need any kind of moderation, but still, I thought that it would be cool to have some moderators here. I'm not sure. I think I did. At least YouTube claims I did. But I'm trying. What did you have it? Yes, exactly. Tungsten. That is perfectly right. You guys are pretty cool, and I like you guys. So you don't see the tools next to your name. So maybe Honza is not the moderator. Let me just double check this, and I'll see. You guys can vote in the meantime. I think there's still a couple of people that joined that haven't voted. So we're voting what game we're gonna start with. I need to figure out where the hell is the moderators. Stream setup. It should be somewhere at the panel of the chat, right? Well, I can ban you. Like this. Yes, you're a standard moderator. Now you should see it, Hunza. Please confirm. And now I think the stream is frozen from me, which is kind of fun because I don't see any messages. Now Hunza has it. Awesome. Wait, so that means Conqueror, you don't have it either? And Wolfau, because I thought I added you. No? Okay, it's not there, so I'll add you guys manually. For some reason, YouTube ignored... Man, the menu and everything is just horrible on this. So now you should see it. Yeah, okay. So, it looks like you guys want to see Stanley's Parable. Okay, so let's see that one. I haven't really played that game ever. It is completely blind for me. So we can try with that one. I mean, it is a classic that I wanted to play for quite some time, so I'm okay with going with that. So let's start with that, and we're gonna play the other things later. So let me just end the voting. I just, guys, I have a favor to ask. Please, no spoilers, like at all. I want to enjoy this on my own. So what time is it today? It's 23. 23:16. All right. Hang on, says the game. I will be hanging on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave it set at 12 o'clock and call it a day. Yeah, I said it. I test all the games that they work before the stream. So, but you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. Well, you're welcome. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I do care about this experience. 24-hour clock is better than 12-hour clock. Acronymus, you're absolutely right. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Well, can't you just read from the PC? Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you put up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Oh god, I don't have a favorite time. What would be my favorite time of the day? Would that be like, I don't know, 10 o'clock in the morning? Something like that, when I wake up? Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Alright. 420 is famous for some reason. I bet it is. Alright guys, so audio-wise, how do you hear me compared to the game? Is it okay? Should I lower it? Something like this? We're probably gonna kill the music a little bit. Sound effects. 80%, but narrator should probably be on top. Does this sound okay? Can you hear everything all right? It is good. All right, so let's go back and jump into the game. Never the end is never the end is never the end is loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Oh god, that's such a nice job. I would want to be employee 427.
Every month of every year.
Okay.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
Alright, I'll increase the volume once the intro is off. Thank you guys for highlighting that.
Was happy.
The narrator is a little bit quiet.
And one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Oh god, that's such a dream come true.
Call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right, so let me just fix the volume real quick. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna lower my volume and increase the volume for you guys. So let me know if this will be better. All right. Acronymus, the game seems a bit on the quiet side. Yeah, I increased it. Acronymus, it's basically my job. I push buttons to make stuff appear on screen. Well, I send emails. I guess that's the same thing. Dinosaur Recycle, popping in before going to bed, but just want to say hi. Hey, man. Welcome, at least for a moment. I appreciate that you stopped by. Alright, so we step out of the office. This is closed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Decided to go to the meeting room. All right. Is it better when it comes to the volume? All right, let's find the meeting room. The voice is better now. Okay, perfect. That is not a meeting room. That is also not a... Are we working for... What was the Half-Life Corporation called? This really looks Half-Life-esque. Uh, the voice from the game, the voices in my room are still here. No, at least the voices in your head are
When
quiet,
Stanley
Hamza.
came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Is there any difference? Okay. Aperture Science was portable. Yeah. Black Mesa. Yes, Tungsten. That's exactly right. Black Mesa. This sounds like Black Mesa. Or not sounds, but looks like the office is from Black Mesa. Half-Life is still one of my favorite games of all times. So that's the meeting
Yet
room.
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Did someone close the door behind us? So that is something. Yeah, Source Engine. You're right, Agronomous, but what does it says? Targets. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. I like it's on the top of the list. It's an office job for you. Not cost efficient. Standard. What is that? Standard graphics for the XKY. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Okay, that one was not achieved. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire someone to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Oh, that's an office reference, isn't it? Please keep the targets on the topic. Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Refleet. Man, everybody who ever walked in the office knows that this is how it works. I know that you are going blind into this. I have so many memories of this game. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, I never played it, and I try to play these games blind. Where's the projector? Ah, over there. What are your dreams for the future? Success, transcend, plant life, spring break, queer skin, a boat. A boat! Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do believable, amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectations of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Corporate life. How do you solve a dispute with a coworker? Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive aggressively on other coworkers. Man, this is such an office life. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. Everyone is unique. You most of all. I had a training like this just a couple of days ago. I hate the inclusivity trainings. I don't know who spends time making those. Number of slides, charts and slides, chart slides. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging. Stop, stop, stop. The boss appreciation minute. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Fill it out in triplicate and return to your boss. Do graphs. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another division employee. Ah, okay. A boat. Mitosis, was that there before? I did miss that. To do, synergize core value expenditure, shift global market parade, monetize free to play. Oh my god. And what's this? What do people want? Things, money, more money. This was a team training. I organized something like this a couple of weeks ago, and it looked exactly like this. Things to buy with money, more things, graphs about things plus money. We have our new product. The stock market is somewhere here. Quarterly post review. We'll have a meeting about having a meeting because we need more meetings. We need reviews. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Okay, let's go. I could spend a whole day reading this and writing. Oh, the broom closet opened.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
There's a broom here. Can you? I can crouch. Can I jump? Actually, I have not checked. What's the controls? Jump space, yeah.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
All right. I got you.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I have been extremely diligent with following instructions. Oh man, that's such a theme change. CS source. It's his office. The OG was released like a decade ago. Yeah. Is this the office? Wait, so then let's check the rest of the... No, that's the office. So what the hell is that? Executive bathroom. Oh, that is such a meme. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. That's a love purse. I have read about executive bathroom. That is such an American thing. I don't know. Maybe Conqueror could tell us because I know that he's living in the United States. But I always thought that it was a meme that executives had their own toilets. But turns out that in the United States they really did have that stuff. That is something so weird for me. I've met some pretty big people in my life, and not one of them had their own bathroom. Okay, that's closed. I really can't jump.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845, huh? That's a very tall ceiling, says Wolfa. Yes, it definitely is.
Stanley
this is a
just sat around
humongous
twiddling his
office.
thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's...
2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
All right. Are we in something like yeah, what's the film called? Oh, I always forget the name. There's this film about a guy living his life and he was like actor in a movie and everybody watched it. It was Jim Carrey was the main actor and I forgot about it. Truman Show, yes, acronyms, exactly, the Truman Show, because this really has a Truman Show vibe. Is that an elevator? Yes, I loved that movie, especially the ending. Loading.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
All right.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well, we have been following the order so far. So I'm thinking we're just gonna continue doing what we're told. But I have a feeling that the real fun will start when we start disobeying. Oh man, this is freaking me out. Like them closing the doors behind us every time you pass through something. That is just not great.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Do I? Is this game scary to me? Asks Hansa. Well, not really. I don't expect any kind of horror, but I never really considered playing horror on a stream. But I mentioned that last time that I really am not very bold when it comes to horror games. So that could be fun for you guys because I would really be freaking out most of the time. But I'll consider it. I might actually have a community poll about it because that could be fun to try it. But I would probably need a little bit of alcohol to strengthen myself.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yes, Hansa, you're right. I played Darkwood, and it was one of the most jarring experiences in my life. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I can force myself to play the games, and Darkwood was really scary. I really hated that experience. No, I mean, I'm lying. I love that experience. I wish I could play more horror games, but I'm not sure if my viewers would enjoy it because it's every time I play something that's not a strategy, my views dip to the minimum. Not that I would care that much, but a horror game really is something that would require a pretty long and dedicated playthrough, I would feel. And I don't want to bore people. Fired, fired. Oh, guys, what employee are we? 427, I think, right? Where's 427? 427 over there. So, okay, we're not terminated. 47. I couldn't even watch you play that. That's how scared of that I am. Well, I actually, now that you bringing it up, I was thinking about doing another playthrough of Darkwood because now I forgot what the game was. It is a game that you need to play blind or semi-blind to truly enjoy it. Because once you know what you're supposed to do, then you're just gonna be breezing through it. It really plays the best when
This
you.
mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Dude, what you're talking about? Pushing buttons on a screen that you're told to push? That's a dream job, man. I wish I could do that instead of sending emails
No.
and talking to
He
Indians all
refused
day
to
long.
believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Um, Mind control status offline. Is there a happy button? Because if there is a happy button, I'm going to push it. Mind control status. No, it's offline. Ah, I wanted to push the happy button to give myself some happy feeling. Control disabled. Facility power. Money controls, idle, awaiting input. System power.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
So,
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before
I'll be
him.
honest, that is quite poetic.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I would say that you would be more happy if they gave you the happy juice via the mind control machine. This raises a lot of philosophical questions about, solipsism and stuff like that. But, I mean, there is a lot of beauty in freedom. Oh, and we're back here. All right. So, I think I know what I want to do next. I want to get
All of his
to...
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want to get to the stairs this time, and I want to go down. That's where I truly felt... No, actually, we have the door. So let's take it through the door.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Conquer about whether humanity has free will or not. That's also a good question. I mean, there is a lot of information about you making your choices before you even think about them, stuff like that. Was it freedom if he simply followed orders? Right, that is very good point, Hansa. That is very. But the narrator is not giving you orders. Wait. Did he say through the door on the left or door from the right? I forgot. Will the narrator tell me again if I just wait? I think he was saying the door on the left, right? He said Conqueror on the right, Wolfau on the left. It's the chat is amazing, guys. I just love you guys. Like every time I have a poll or something, you guys are so divided. All right, so we're gonna go to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Stanley, I mean, honestly, that's a pretty chill room.
Drinking it all in.
I mean, I can imagine myself sitting here, just, having a cold one. I don't know why. Can you jump in this game or not? Because it's telling me that I can. Is it trolling me? Jump space. Crouch works. Jump just doesn't. It's weird.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
It's
Really
23:42. Yeah, the time is wrong. Can we get a soda?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall
Okay, so
personality.
we can
It's
troll the
possible that
narrator
this is why
by
everyone left.
by disregarding him. I like that.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
all right, I get it, dude. I'm leaving.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
What is this?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
You can jump in the game.
But
It doesn't
Stanley
work for
didn't
me
want to
though.
go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off the track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
All right. I mean,
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
oh come on. It's just me.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's
Well,
clearly...
what were you thinking?
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Sure. Take your time. It's not like we're in a hurry.
Let's see, we went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I'm having trust issues here now. I'm gonna slam it in my face again. A red button. Yeah, the red button was captivating. Let me just try the doors again. Nope. And this one, nope. All right. Well, now let's go here. This doesn't seem like a, way back. I don't know, the narrator doesn't sound like he has our best interest in mind. I mean, he let us out, out of the building, so I would say that he has our best interest. But if you think about the functionality of a narrator, he is not there to have your best interest in mind. He's there to basically tell you what happened. So this is basically like, that's how I envision it. Like, if I understand this correctly, and again, I'm playing this completely blind, but the more we frustrate him, the harder it's gonna be for him to do his job. Oh snap! All right.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Oh, come on! That was not fair. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So, we have went to the right.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Exactly.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
All right, voting time. We are going to go. Which way? Which way? Right. More right. More left. Across the chairs. Give me your best advice. So here's the options. Across the chairs, more left, right, or more right. Oh, there's actually... these ones seem to lead to the same way, so... More left. So that would be that way. Across the chairs. I have a feeling maybe that's the same one. More left, across the chairs. Well,
I'll
either
say
way...
it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, come on. Now he's definitely trolling me, but I'm going to try to go left then.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right. Yeah, that's what I expected.
Yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
No decision is also a decision, you're right.
Let's see if we missed anything.
All right. Well, but I mean, we're on a path now. Whatever that path is, wherever it may lead us. So that's where we came from. Is there any door open here? No. An indecision is also a decision, though, Conqueror. I would say.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Now, this is some Euclidean nonsense. Look at that. Or is it not? Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, God, and this is...
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
All right. Oh, dear Lord.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so.
Oh, no, do I?
I can't recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
We've basically gotten a participation medal.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh, come on.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Anyone who watched ever the Backrooms will tell you that this is not a foolproof solution to anything. Mr. K, this guy read Douglas Adams. He definitely did. This really has Monty Python and Douglas Adams written all over it. I love that. All right. This is definitely not the way, though. I'm ignoring that line. Oh, come on, bring back the doors.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Come on. All right. An adventure line. That sounds suspicious. Well, from the fact that I've been a DM for the past 24 years, I can tell you that if there is a line on the floor that's leading somewhere, never follow it. Also, from working for corporations for the past 12, 13 years, I can say that the experience is exactly the same. All right, well, I mean, now we're basically being railroaded, so let us continue. The subtitle says the line TM, does it? Oh, wait, yeah, when he was talking about, yes, trademark, of course. I mean, it's a corporation in the end.
The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten my mood.
Okay, I love the humor in this game. That is amazing. Hold on. But yeah, Monty Python's all over that. Philosophy. I'm still working on the Super Don't Go Outside achievement for the Stanley Parable. Oh, okay. And I really cannot jump. Let me just... because I feel like that might be something wrong with my computer. No, I really can't. Alright. Actually, I have one thing that I wanted to mention to you guys. I'm gonna search for this meme. Give me a sec. Yes, is this one. The whole spiel about the path got me remembering this meme because it is amazing. So this is what I think. And I lost the chat. Where's the chat? Ah, here is the chat. No, that's not the chat. All right. I hope you guys can read, but what is going on? Give me the chat window. Here. I'm still working on the Super Go Outside. This is not a bug you are experiencing. All right, thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right. So the whole thing with the path and everything reminded me of that because that's one of my favorite memes. But let's continue. Fifth annual subcommittee meeting of internal revenue analysis for committee of the Royal Revenue Discussion club. I mean, that sounds like nonsense made gibberish, but I would swear to God that this exists somewhere in some corporation. By the way, do you guys? I know this is not really relevant to this game, but if you guys don't know a game called The Entropy Center, it is one of the best games that I ever seen, and I just absolutely love it. And that question mark there reminded me of that. I'm still thinking about making a let's play of that game for my channel because it's one. Unfortunately, I spoiled it for myself by watching a let's play of it, which sucks, and it's the only reason why I haven't done it. But the game is amazing. Alright, let's go this way then. Monthly ledgers, corporate imbalances, consolidation reports, annual reviews, departmental accounts, personnel files. I'm looking for a way to break the cycle now, because I feel like we're getting hard railroaded now. And I would appreciate if there was a way how to change it.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Alright. Taking a mental image of the fern. Alright. I wonder if he's just trolling me or not.
Wait,
it is just a
we're
plan.
back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I mean, we were right at the office, but we're going in different path. So, fair enough. Aha.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Good evening, Alpha. Hi, everyone, said Fahrenheit. Welcome to the stream, Fahrenheit. I'm happy that you joined us. Send a picture of the paper texture in your Discord. Okay. Paper texture. You mean the fern texture? And did the numbers change? No, I didn't.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're
Nothing.
intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Well, I don't have much of a choice, do I? The 5th annual subcommittee.
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I want it to be a horror story. God damn, this, I know that you guys probably don't feel that way, but this Euclidean nonsense is really getting to me. I hate that when games do that. But it's such an interesting interesting thing from, you know, programmers' view, because like you have to create a space that is virtually impossible, but you know the coding allows for that. But it always messes up with me. Actually, what if I go back? Will he comment on that? Will I break the narrator? Concur. When the game looks like you are walking in circles. Yes, but we are actually not walking in circles. Who farted? Oh, number 1 dad. I haven't checked these details. Pens. Anything else here? Now this is a desk I can admire. Literally, a guy. His, I mean, my job was to press whatever I see on the screen. This guy, this guy has it all figured out. This is a promotion right here, like from the guy that presses the button to the guy that sharpens the pencils. What? Mondays? I hate Mondays. Yeah, it says I hate Mondays. All right, nothing here. We have to follow the narration then. How far along are you now? Got any good endings? Yeah, we got the good ending, and then it all derailed pretty much completely. And now we're trying to figure out what the story is because the narrator got lost, and so did I. And now we're just walking in impossible circles. So that's fun.
Oh no, not you again. I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's trademark. Alright, we're just gonna go this way. The line is persistent though. It wants to be followed. And if we don't follow it, it will follow us.
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Well, not much I can do here. I mean, it is a illusion of choice, basically.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
So I believe that was the second run, wasn't it?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Ah, yeah, it was.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, so we had a good ending and a confusion ending, if I'm not mistaken. So this time we're gonna have to do something different. So what did we do before? We went and we followed the path and we took the wrong door. Acronymus, I don't think it is still ongoing. I think that we have
When
done
Stanley
it.
came
Yeah.
to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So basically, this is the third run. We had the first run, then the second run, and now we have the third run. And we went with the left door, which led us to the confusion ending. But, we derailed ourselves by going downstairs. So the question is, do we want to do that again, but not go? Yeah, let's do it again, but go different route. Wait, no, I went. Ah, okay,
Yet
this
there
is
was
the.
not a single
Okay,
person
so I
here
messed it
either.
up myself.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay, then never mind. We're gonna go
Coming
downstairs.
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yes, downstairs now, Wolfo. You are exactly right. That's what we're gonna try. Let's see where this leads us. Oh,
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was
This
a
is
part of
getting so
himself too.
confusing.
Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Nope.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
Okay, so we had a
She
full-blown
arose, got dressed,
identity
gathered her
crisis.
belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Conqueror. So this was the confusing ending. Okay, so we have had 3 runs already, right? The good ending, or if it's a good ending. Then we had the confusion ending, and now we had a confusing ending? How many confusing endings are there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Mm-hmm.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, well. So
when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw him by going to the
This
other
was not
side.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it
Because
perfectly
that's
well.
what I wanted to do
Perhaps
originally.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Disregard the narrator. Yes, that's what I wanted to try.
Yes,
and I tried it in the first.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Wait, this was not here before, was it? This is new. That door was closed No, maybe it wasn't. Alright, but we know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do... Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna go straight. And then not take the elevator.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yeah, this part. Oh, but it leads me back here. Alright, so that's basically a loop. I should have gone straight. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Gotcha.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So we went downstairs, but we got the, you know, dead and found by someone. So let's see if there's something different here that we can do. Because I'm actually locking myself He has the
Stepping
2-4.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his
1453?
situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Nope. 24. Wait, 85. It was right.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
28. Even after he told me, I messed it up.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Worst thing worse, we can just press the other button. If there's, okay, is there anything here? No. We can just press the other button that was there, and not the off, but the on button, I think it was. If I don't find any other way how to derail this. Loading, 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 loading.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large
door the escape.
Mind control facility.
Yes, we can try the escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I don't trust you with that.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I'm gonna be so disappointed if I really die.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, there is just a hole here. All right.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
No, there has to be a way.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Okay, I have to say I love this game.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
It seems like the narrator has his own demons.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
In a sense, you are correct. Nature paintings. So this is a gallery of my life. Stanley's computer. Office layout. The corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors at the good time. The two doors. The set of the two open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an expression of the contradiction this room posed. Alright, and I didn't read this one. What does it say? The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Filling cabinets. Riveting. Office computers. Man, I haven't played Solitaire in so long. Employee database. Credits. Button sounds. So left or right? The office. Maintenance room. An early version of the maintenance room. From Forrest Guinness, the narrator. The narrator. For the Stanley. Some questions. How do you make the JRPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What is the difference between a duck? How is the game? How's the game going? I hope it is good or better than the first one. From a cool man. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these for the promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. What is the strange number? Could you tell me what significance of the number 111280 is? Well, the thing I wanted to know is, what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? I have a burning question. For instance, on a scale of Max Ernst to Salvatore Dali, how surreal will this game be? Were you born with a magnificent voice, or did you bargain with a magician? Congratulations. In line with our previous announcement regarding the ongoing promotion, here's the result in attached file. Congratulations. Love the game. Greeting, omnipotent voice. I wanted to tell you I like the Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing the humorous small badger in swim trunks. Indeed, I liked it. Please, I would like to keep this proposal as a top secret and delete it if you're not interested, and get back to me. Transfer. Oh, Wong Yong. I get this email so many times. How do you type with boxing gloves on? Ben. What did the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Montgomery joins. Proposition. Manfred Elias business broker. Please partner with me. Treat as important, not spam. Regards, Anthony. I guess the spam emails will never change. What is your message for today? Sincerely, Harris. What is your guys' message for today? Let me know. I wonder. My message of the day would be... what would be my message of the day? There's a skeleton inside you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. That's actually true. A question brought forth by the intense passion of my soul. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? I do not... Why? Well, the game featured capybaras. Everything is made better with capybaras, honestly. Fun fact, your skeleton is wet. Oh, that sent the shiver down my spine. How do you stay in shape? Why is my skeleton wet? Because of the blood? Are you gay? Ding dong. Dear Naito, I appreciate the previous Stanley game as a work of art and your standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to art. Why is my skeleton wet, Acronymus? The Stanley Parable have infinite quests. How many endings? Hopefully we find selection of desert boots. Okay, we've seen this one. The lounge. The early version. The office. Because you are surrounded by blood. Yes, that's what I expected. The cargo lift. Second version of function is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. Okay, we didn't see that yet. The cargo lift, so I'm kind of spoiling it for myself now. One option, two option, one option, vent, meeting room. Well, not just blood, but yeah. So I mean, you have that, you know, other stuff in you. Zending. Also, the Maroon stuff transported to from it. That is true. The boss's office. So the bones are not just wet, but kind of spongy in the sense that they have plenty of liquid in them. Yeah, Acronos, that is true. That is true. Technically, you are a brain piloting a meat suit. I mean, it's kind of interesting when you think about it that the center of your being is located behind your eyes, basically.
Then he pushed the number 8. Stanley walked over the bridge. Stanley pushed the
Kevin Briding, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. Alright,
when
well,
Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the path.
Where did we came from here? We did. So up. Freedom ending. Okay, so we had this one. So we had freedom, confusing ending, and then whatever that thing that happened to us before and now is. Stanley Parable, were we here?
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Well, this looks different. So we're still continuing. We haven't ended yet. Oh yes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So are we gonna be stubborn or... Let's be stubborn.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, we're gonna go this way. I'm interested in seeing...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, so this is actually the lift that we saw in the museum. Holy hell. This room is huge. Yeah, I'm really getting the office vibes from this one.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who? If I jump, I get a funny line. Alright.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are.
Wait, that ended it?
Through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Wait, was that the ending, or did we just get No, I guess that's still continuing, right? Or is it? Or did I just end it accidentally?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this
Or is it?
room,
That is a
Stanley,
good
for the
question,
first
Conqueror.
time, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope, we're gonna make it across. I mean, maybe it is, says Conqueror.
Stanley
Well,
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
what does it say here? Do not jump from the cargo lift while in motion. It will cause death. Penalty for misused. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift 5,000. They're gonna die,
Stanley, I
and
think
they're gonna
perhaps
bill
we've
you for it.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Oh,
She's been waiting.
okay, Conqueror, we can jump on that catwalk, huh? Well, I actually missed that. I cannot go there, so we'll try it next time.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
This is getting weirder and weirder.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work.
But to be fair, isn't it all of us all the time?
He's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Actually, guys, what are your guys' jobs? Like, what do you do for a living? I'm really interested in learning that, because sometimes you learn that people do some incredible things. So if you don't mind sharing it with me, I'm interested in learning. I can tell you then a little bit about my job if you'll be interested, but it's very boring.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Wofo, a game that satirizes the modern office life, probably made in an office. Well, isn't it
As he
fun?
wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has.
So this is
Nothing's
slowly turning
changed.
into
The
the
longer he
start of the
spends
game.
here, the
I
more
like that.
invested he gets, the more
Step
he
by
forgets
step,
which
it's
life
turning.
is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Now I'm confused. Do I do it? Do I not do it? I guess the lesson is you have to do it in the end, right? Let's give it a little bit more time, but I feel like
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
And then, I'll be honest, this is in a way really
All of
screwing
his
with my
code
perception
gone.
of
What could it
life. And
Stanley
some of
decided
these
to go to
questions
the
are
meeting
really
room.
good.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, but I was just about to ask what we're gonna do different to this time.
Oh,
I guess the
new
game has made a
content.
decision for
What
us.
does that mean? New content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Acronymus, nothing
Is it
remarkable,
broken?
just another
What's going on
programmer.
here? Should we be moving somewhere or... oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Are you any specific, like a back-end developer or front-end? What are you doing?
Impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Yeah, okay. Oh, as my job, I'll be a bit vague for reasons of internet. Sort of age care related. No, it's actually interesting. Like, I think honestly, that's the future. There's gonna be more and more people who are gonna require, housing and care. And I'm thinking about heavily investing into or leaning into the golden age funds. Full stack. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Full stack devs are just, I have so much respect for you full stack developers, but I'm also feeling so sorry for you because you're basically responsible for everything all the time.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh no. Yeah, damn it, game. Sticky keys. Man, I have to change this. My bad. That's not working correctly. Yeah, that's the kickies. That's just how it goes. And I can no longer jump. Oh wait, now I get it. So this is where. Oh, I love that. That's a joke. I love that.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Please make that all the new content. That would make it so fun.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Acronymus. To be fair, that joke would have hit harder if you've played the OG Stanley Parables there. You couldn't jump at all. I mean, I get that. I get that, and I still think it's pretty darn funny.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Aha. So there is a new content.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something.
What could possibly go wrong?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh, this is really nice.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I have to say that I will never. Every time I see a smiley face, it immediately reminds me of two things. I'll give you a sec to guess what they are. The first one is the Moon movie, and the second one is I forget what it's called. Yeah, the movie. Uh, the body smiley face. Rorschach. I forgot. I'm so dumb. Man, my brain doesn't work today. I feel like an old diesel engine that's just refusing to work. I guess I'm just getting old, but it's not the Avengers. Watchman. Thank you, Conqueror. Yes, of course, the Watchman. Man, my brain is not braining. But since I watched those two movies, that's the immediate impression I get. Like not another impression, but a memory that comes to my mind every single time I see a smiley face. Both amazing movies, by the way. This is freaking me out. All right.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless
The game
husk.
now, we had an
Our
existential
new
crisis,
elevator
and now the
pitch.
game is having an existential crisis. Memories on maintenance. The original person of the year. That's Stanley right there. The greatest wealth is memory.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I mean, I get the sentiment. The serious room.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
This is the not so nice
Oh
part.
no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Well, we shall see, won't we?
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny. with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I mean, honestly, if Steam was a place, this would be the place. This representation is spot on.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I mean, to be quite honest, like, imagine you're making a game and you pour your life and heart into it, and then someone shits on it all over the internet. That has to be such a horrible feeling. And I mean, it's a thing. Like, you can have 10,000 positive reviews, and then someone comes and shits on it, and I think that can still hit you pretty hard. I cannot really imagine what it feels like.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years.
This is how I communicate with my colleagues when our boss walks by. We have to pretend we're working. And then I did this.
Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah,
okay. It was on a loop.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a
Paprika.
rumination
I
and
don't know
more
what
of a
that is,
treatise.
acronymous.
Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are or were. Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yeah, it was. I noticed
I
that.
do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away. Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
Oh, this is a really
It's
neat
exactly
thing.
the
They
same as always.
remade the flower.
Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening.
So do we push it
I
again?
needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving.
Or do you want to
It
hear
was
him?
the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all.
Did the narrator die? What would be the next step? If it was a week and then a year, then now it would be 60 years? Something like that? 60 years, 100 years? Is there a fire? This is actually really creepy though, when you think about it. I guess next time we're gonna push it that the walls will collapse or something because it's so.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking
I
too
kind of
much.
like
They said,
that.
first, he didn't
Basically, if you
entertain us,
think
now he
about
won't
it,
shut up.
this is
It's the
all an
inconsistency, it's the
elaborate
lack
shit
of
post
accountability,
on the
it's the
guy
unwillingness to
who
examine
complained
with
on
an
Steam that there's no
uncompromising
skip
heart
button,
the
and they
words that
went
they are
ahead
speaking
and they
into the
created
world,
this to
as
shut
though
him
there
up
were no
and
consequences
make
for
fun
a
of him.
lack of cohesion in one's assessment.
I love that, in a sense. It's amazing. Yeah, I mean, they made a huge point of that. A fun gag. I wonder what's gonna be the next step.
The end is never the end, 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 is never.
Oh yeah, as I said, like the room itself is starting to collapse. Or the house, or whatever you want to call it, the walls, the bricks. Boop. There we go. So just one more time and we're gonna be free. Maybe not. It's good to see the sunlight again. Oh! To ban the plant didn't make it. I read somewhere that if humans disappeared today, in about 100 years, all of the cities would be completely reclaimed by nature. It would take this little time for it to do its work. Yeah, this is really getting creepy. And there we go. The button is gone. And the whole thing has collapsed. Yeah. Well, we skipped to the end of the time. It seems. I don't want your updates, game. No, I do want your updates. I don't want your updates windows. That was a nice ending. Yes, Acronymous. Exactly. Alright, guys. Let's do a small vote now. Do we continue? Yes. No. Let's play platform 8. I mean, it's called platform 8. Do you want me to continue playing this, or would you like to skip to the next game? Because I think I don't want to bore you. I'm having fun. I enjoy it, but I don't want to. You know. Well, it's up to you. We can continue this another time. In the meantime, I'm just gonna look around here a little bit. Actually, give me a sec. I'll just take a small break. Let me try something here. Okay, like this. I think that's good. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. Do you hear me, everyone? Ring, ring. Sorry, I didn't realize that there was a ring at that moment. But alright, you guys want to play platform 8, it seems. Let's do that, but I still have one thing that I want to do, and that is I want to jump on that catwalk if we can, because that has been bothering me that I missed that. Oh, come on, you're tantalizing me with this. Okay, I want to finish this.
You notice my frown? Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Alright, let's do this. I still want to see what this ending is gonna do. I thought that we ended that. Let's just see what this will bring us, and then we're gonna close it.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable. and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Investment
Isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
What they do?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean?
That's actually
But
a
the
pretty cool
Stanley
design. I like
Parable
that.
2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams
Nah, this is the
progress
best design,
and
I think.
innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be. Let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Scrub doesn't feature.
But if I can loosely
Oh, come
organize a
on.
handful
Man, I
of
have to set
interesting
work every
concepts,
day.
that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
New features.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
This is the name of the player that's playing the game. Alright, let's check that one out.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly
I
Jim
do.
right now? If so,
Yes.
then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take
I
a break from
completely
the Jim
agree.
button.
There
I'm
is
emotionally
nothing wrong
drained
with
from
this
all of
theory
this personal
whatsoever.
validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
I made Mr. Do it one more time. Alright.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
New easy achievement. Collectibles. So do you guys want to see the infinite hole? Because I definitely want to see an infinite hole. Acronymus. A meeting to decide on the agenda for the meeting to decide on what the next meeting entails. No, I meant Scrum and but yeah, pretty much. Distant future, distant space time. Hole entrance. Infinite hole. Oh yes, it's a downward spiral.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
This is definitely something that you could see in Monty Python sketch. Infinite fall damage. I am not sure, Conqueror, but we're gonna see. Woo. I mean, you guys have to know that if there's a hole,
one of my more
someone's gonna jump in it.
If I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top.
I have a distinct feeling this hole is not infinite. This infinite hole is not going to be as infinite as he claims, will it?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite.
There we go. I called it.
Is it a very, very deep hole? Certainly it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Here's the thing that this mostly infinite hole reminded me of. In math, there's the infinite, but you can add an infinity to an infinity. And that's one thing that will never make sense to me. Which means that there is, you know, a bigger infinity than an infinity. It's pretty bizarre, but one of my friends is a theoretical physicist and astrophysicist, and he tried to explain this to me once a long time ago, and it really sounded crazy. There are layers to infinity, Conqueror. Yes, they are, unfortunately.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Much like how onions have layers. Yes, or ogres. They also have layers. Did you know that? The number of numbers between 0 and 1 is a bigger infinity than the number of integers. Jump back in. I can jump back in. I didn't think about that.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is,
I didn't realize you could jump back
like
in.
holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point.
I would say.
It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Jesus Christ, there's this game. I forgot what is it called? Spaceship, which was narrated by Ryan Adams. It's based on one of his books as well. Do you guys know which one I mean? Dang. I'm searching for it right now just to tell you, because it is an excellent game. If you don't know it, I would suggest you play it if you like this kind of humor. It's one of the amazing games that I played, but it's so old. It's not called. I'm not sure if you ever heard about it, but Starship Titanic. I recommend it.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
And the hole is gone, isn't it? Oh.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Nope, it's not.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Nope, not working.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole.
You had
I
the
get to
jumps
do
left.
literally
Yes, I used all of my
anything else.
jumps.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Me and my hole. I mean, there are worse places that you can end up than in a slight hole in Stanley Parable 2. Alright, I guess this is it. Oh! The hole is descending. No, wait, the hole is enlarging itself, so we are descending. This is freaky. If only you had the jump slot. Yes, I don't have any. It is quite sad. Man, this one is pretty good. This one is really not good. Change your perception? Oh, it's changing the music. Change your reality. Change yourself. Oh, okay. Change yourself. I like this self. That is good.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. I've never heard that in my life. And I like that. Many, many years in the hole. All right, so let's jump into platform 8. But I enjoyed this. This is a really, really, really good game. We might do it again or continue again some other time. It's not. What did I say? Did I say platform 8 or I didn't? All right. So I think everybody else or everyone that's on the stream is probably familiar with the game. It is a loose, or I would say maybe a free continuation of the Exit 8 game, where you are stuck in an infinite way, I guess would be the right way. No, it's not infinite. It's as infinite as the hole that we were just in. But you get stuck in a corridor, and you need to figure out if something is wrong with it or not. And whether, I know it sounds weird, but you basically have a corridor in which you pass, and if you find any anomalies, you have to turn back, and if there are no anomalies, you walk forward. And if you successfully navigate the corridor 8 times, you win, basically. And this is a continuation. I think that there's the same rules, yes, because you can see that the guy is there. So this is basically the same concept, but you are in this train. That's what I would guess. So let's have a look around this train, see what's gonna happen, I guess. So all right, so there's the other one. So we have a guy as well in this one. The guy is reading a phone, has a bag and shoes. We have to be really careful about what we see, because next Ryzen L0 station guy. Ryzen Ichigasaki Ninozuka Sanza Shirakawa Muge Nawata Hachiban. If I'm not mistaken, we do not have the Punic on the stream, so someone has to take the doors because that was his specialty last time. Okay, some billboards here that we have to check. And Taxman 90, glad he retained his role as the guy. Yeah, I mean, it's a solid gig. Kobe Maritime Museum. Okay, we got a lot of billboards here. There's a... Okay, so the handles. There's a sumo wow, there's a lot of commercial. This is gonna screw up with me. I am not sure if I'm gonna be able to remember all of them. Not anything here. TRPG. Alright, well, I guess we'll have to just work our way through and see zone energy if there's something obvious. We have... There's always light, grade. Okay, grades above the doors, then lights and grades in the middle. Anything else that we should think about? If you see anything that you can consider, or you consider that could be changing, let me know. Or if you see anything changing, of course. Alrighty, I think we're done here. I do not see the tracker. Is it this, the L0? Wait, next up Ryzen, so maybe if we succeed then it's gonna say next on Ichigaku. Ah, okay, maybe we need to get to Hachiban, that would make sense. Alright. So let's see. Alright, so the handles. Eight. Was that there? Already freaking out. TRPG that was there. This commercial was also there, so this looks okay. Zone. I mean, I guess Conqueror says, I mean, I guess if he maybe the handles on the top. Yeah, I'm thinking, but I mean, they're all lowered. And they're a little bit shorter near the door, and that's all there is. Grades, I mean, this is looking pretty okay to me. Wait, we did it wrong. Hey, Syndico's Wellflower, welcome to the stream. What did we do wrong, Conqueror? Should have updated. What should have updated? I'm not sure what you mean. Syndico is Wolfhard. We're playing platform 8. The goal is to figure out if something changes in the room, oh, I mean in the wagon that we enter. Alright, so I feel like this is the same. Is there anything different that you guys can notice? I'm not seeing anything different. I mean, the signs should have. No, the first one, Conqueror, the first one is just showing you. That's what the original, the one showing the L0. Yeah, but I mean, that's the original, original carriage. So this is the first one that we actually entered. Yeah, it is a puzzle game, Syndico as well. We played the Exit 8 last time, and this is the second game. Oh, you found me for the TNO Hearts of Fire for playthrough. Well, that wasn't very popular, but I just love the game, the narration, and the dystopia that's showing. So I'm glad that you enjoyed it, or that you were even searching for it, because that mod is seriously underappreciated in my opinion. So let's head on and see if we have... No, it's still saying Ryzen L0. So there was something different there. Or, I mean, that's how I understand it. Am I misunderstanding it? Any theories? But there was obviously something different there. Because the original carriage was the one where that you take as the... Or, you know, that's how it worked in the Exit 8. Exit 8. The first corridor was basically just to show you what it looks like. So we have to spot the differences if there are any. But isn't the windows different? No, maybe. Zone energy. I like that the game just kind of thrusts you in it to play it. It doesn't really explain anything, so you have to figure it out on the move. Was this here? Yeah, the sumo was there. The zone energy was there as well. Nope, still wrong. Okay, but this one is obviously wrong. The things are moving. So head back quickly. I can't go back. Alright. So what am I supposed to do here? If I can go back... I'm confused. Am I supposed to head on? Or... Now I'm really confused. This is... Should we jump out of the wagon? No, you can't go back. You can only go forward. I guess so. I guess we have to go forward. Wait, is there a button or something that I need to push? Yeah, not good for stream, but the Exit 8 was a pretty simple in its mechanics, but now I'm confused because we have to mark that this is actually not going well. So there should be, is there like an emergency button I need to push or something? Because going forward makes no sense in this case. But I guess there's no... Yeah, it doesn't allow me to go back. So what's the... Alright. So somehow this worked. So wait, am I supposed to go back if it's wrong? What did I do different here? So what if the door is closed in here? It's closed in here. And I'm starting to feel a little bit sorry that I haven't spoiled this for myself at least a little bit, because I feel like I'm missing an important element of the game, but what is it? The psychological part. Market, hold on. Options, controls, no. Graphics, audio, nope. There's no hint here. It just throws you into the game, so we have to figure it out. An actual notebook would be good, Snickers Warfare, but I don't really think this is more like a bite-sized puzzle game, where obviously you can see that something changed in this, you know, carriage. But now I'm confused what I did differently in that one, and how the hell do I get out of this one? Do we... This is a little bit bizarre. There's one missing person. Presumably the player see. Oh, okay. Ah. All right, that's actually a great hint. And now it opened. All right. All right. So, okay, this is different then. We obviously have to do something. All right. So this is a bit more complex than previously. Yeah, 400 IQ. Does this have horror mechanics or just puzzle? I know a lot of puzzle games that end up in horror. This has those vibes. Maybe. I honestly don't know anything about it in the Ghost Wolf Forward. That's how we played the Exit 8 last time. We were basically trying to figure out the game as we played, and I was kind of successful, and chat really helped me. So now I'm a little bit confused about the mechanics, but we'll have to figure it out. Like, thanks for the tip, that actually worked, and it was perfect. This one looks alright to me, though. It's a question. Ninazuka L2. Wait, is that? Okay, it changed back to the regular carriage. So... brain power. I'm pretty sure the commercials are different though. Welcome, open. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... Or did we not check these ones? But I don't recall seeing anything like this. I think these are different. I say we head back. Or am I completely losing my mind? Tell me. I'm not really... Okay, I can sit down anytime. That's interesting. Kind of reminds me of the Matrix. Let's see if we can head back. Alright. Okay, we can't. So... then is this a little bit? Alright. So this is kind of subverting my expectations, because... still L2. Okay, I honestly have to think about this. I don't think it's the same premise as last time. I went into it thinking that it's basically the same game, just a different setup, and I think I'm completely mistaken. This is gonna be completely different, and I now feel completely ashamed that that was the idea that I had, because it's really looking different. I wish I spoke Japanese. I actually started learning a couple of years ago, but then so do we need to do something here? No, you can never head back. You can only head onwards, alright? Next in Nazuka L2. So how do we go back? Okay, we cannot go back. So find me. There she is. All right, so okay, now I'm starting to understand it. There is an element in every carriage, maybe, that we need to fill. Right next on the something, maybe in each of the carriages, or is it just you sit down if you think that it's okay? Because this one, for example, seems completely normal. There's nothing in here. So do we just head onwards? Yes, L3. Alright. 8. Or you just head forward until something happens. Right, I guess we have to identify what's, if there is something happening, what it is, and how to deal with it. Wait, can I go back now, or? No, you can never go back. Alright, then it just means that in the ones that are okay, you just pass through, I guess? Alright, did we die? Yes. Okay. If it's normal, we sit down. Okay, that might make sense. So this is the starting carriage. That's where you... That's what it's supposed to look like. Alright, so let's get another good look around. Alright. But what was I supposed to do in the one that filled with water? Was I supposed to, like, I couldn't run back. Was I supposed to sit down? Or not go in? Or zone energy? Wait, was I sitting? I think I was sitting here, right? Or something. But that really shouldn't matter. Let's see if that will work. I think so. So sit in the one before. Oh, this is obviously different. Alright. Okay, so if it's... Alright, so okay, got it. So if it's normal, you sit down, and if there's something different, you just run. So I was supposed to just run through, I guess. But where was I sitting? I actually didn't pay attention to that. That's the issue. I think this picture is the key, but I don't see the railing, honestly, so I'm not sure where I was sitting. Alright, well, okay, let's see if we can... No, it's still saying 2. So I think I was sitting here. Yeah, I think it was this seat. Okay. Alright, yeah, okay. So now I know what to do if it's a different one. I'm still not sure what to do if it's the same one. That's the issue. I forgot which seat I was sitting in. Yeah, that's your jump scare. Same for me. Do not look. Okay. L4. Or maybe we just do nothing in the ones that there's nothing happening. We just pass through. That's also maybe an option. If nothing is happening, then you are supposed to pass. Maybe. Okay, dude is gone. One right next to the guy. That would be here. We can still see him in the reflection. Alright, that was a mistake. Alright, so here we're sitting in the middle of the seats. So here, left side. Alright. So let's see if that helps. Because I mean, this definitely has to play a role, at least some role. Run, 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 run. All right. So let's try to sit. If that changes anything. Guys, I'm open to any suggestions. Like, I'm having fun trying to figure this out, but I don't want to bore you. If something is obvious to you, just say it, and I'll be happy to incorporate it into my... Go, 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 no! Okay, so I have a feeling that we just have to get through the carriages. There's no sitting or anything. We just have to go and figure out how to get through the carriages that are haunted, because that's the only thing that makes sense to me at this point. I don't think sitting does anything, so we just have to figure out a way. Oh, 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 run, 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 run. Yeah, because it's really the only ones that are counted are the haunted ones. Okay, so this is not a puzzle game, this is straight up a horror game. Do not look back. 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 Do not move when it is bright. All right. So yeah, this is a straight up horror game. My bad. Run, 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 run. All right, made it to L6. All right. do not hit the other passengers. Lesson learned. Please check electric signs. Alright, I have to start looking at these a little bit more careful, because they probably give out advice if there's something going on. Run, 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 run. We've seen this one before. Oh. Okay. Northern Japanese transit etiquette. Yes, you are absolutely right. Hitting other people while... Do not get off. Do not get off. All right. All right. So check the electric signs. I wish I saw that. Do not proceed to the next car until the anomaly in this car has disappeared. Mm-hmm. It looks like it just did. Alright, Sansa. Do not look away. Okay. Yeah, I have to... That's the key that I was missing. You have to look at... You have to look at the electric things that are what they're telling you. That is the key that you need to figure out. I cannot believe that it took me so long to make sense of that. Okay, just a normal carriage then. Nothing here either. Shirakawa L4. The anomaly in this car has disappeared. What anomaly? Aha, okay. Alright. So made it to L5. Oh, it's this one again. So, okay. Well, if I see that one, open the door. Yeah, I must not approach it. Do I sit down though? That one got me twice already. Okay, it's not saying anything. I still think that there might be a way how to... If there's nothing going on... Yeah, okay, so there is an anomaly in this one. Yeah, maybe that is when you sit down. Exactly my thought. But do I sit here? Or... I think I have to discover the anomaly in this one. It's saying do not get out until the anomaly disappears. What is the anomaly? I have to find it. What is the anomaly? What is the anomaly? Is it the guy? No? Well, whatever it was, it's gone now. Do not open the door. Yes, I can see it's different. Yeah, I'm not opening that. I am not opening that. I trust the I trust the electric signs more than whoever is behind those doors. Does that mean that I need to go back? No. You just have to wait. You speak Japanese? Antax? He's so polite. So what do I do though if I cannot? You can never go back. That's one of the things that I need to remember. Do not open. Ah, okay, now it's gone. Alright, it just took time. Anything in here? Because now it's O2. Let's just sit down. Alright. Would that change anything? No, it doesn't. I guess that's bizarre. How do I mark the ones that are normal? There's an anomaly here. Whatever it is. Where is the anomaly? Finding my little anomaly. Yes, I think this is clearly stating that you need to find it so it can disappear. You need to identify it. That's a different type of quest. What could it be? Because every time I looked at it, it disappeared. Ah, this one. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard about the movie adaptation of the Exit 8 Conqueror. So I guess the normal carriages are basically just for you to pass to increase the suspension. There's just... Okay, go run. Alright, back to L4. Was this just him looking at me? Did you guys see that? Oh, it's there. So okay, L6 again. Just 2 more to go. What does it say there? You're not giving me any advice. Eight, 9, 4. Eight, 9, 4. What? 894. Ah, okay, I cannot. 894. Okay, so wait, 8? Like 8 times? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Alright. So L7. Almost there. Almost there. Nope, Conqueror, I think I figured that one out. Alright, an anomaly. This one is the anomaly. Let's find it. Alright, alright. So just 2 more and we'll be done. Nope, the anomaly. But if anything, this clearly showed me that you really have to approach these games. I knew that it was like another direct sequel, but a game based on a similar principle. I think this is the anomaly. Or this one is. It's not supposed to be the same on both sides. Isn't it? No? Nekozarase? The thing above the seats? Ah, here we go. And the last one. Nothing here. Alright, now I'm freaking out because it's the last one. Come on. What's... Alright, I don't like this. What the hell is going on? That doesn't look good at all. Now does this thing. Okay, what do I do? What the hell do I do now? Do I sit? Out F4. Yeah. That is the best advice. Oh god. Someone asked me about the horror games just today. I had no idea that I would be playing a horror game on this stream. Wait, is there any kind of advice the game would be giving me here? There is one there as well. This one doesn't have a dark being in it. I made it! We made it, guys. Nice. Well, took me a bit to figure it out, but it was kind of cool. I like this one. A bite-sized gaming. Enjoy the credits. Enjoy the credits. Platform 8 uses Unreal Engine. Kotake Create. I like it. Man, it was nice bite-sized gaming. Appreciate the chill vibe. Anomaly free. Alright. So do you guys let's we still have about 40 minutes on the stream, so I'm thinking I will play some Nuclear Throne. Do you guys know that game? It is a pretty cool bullet hell shooter. A really fun one with a lot of interesting things. Or we could, what could we do? I think that might be, or we could play the Little Devil. So let's see. So let me just ask you guys, what would you like? Little Devil or Nuclear Throne? So Little Devil, as I said, is a game that is actively playing against you, and Nuclear Throne is an action bullet hell game, which I really love, with a lot of twists and interesting situations. So either one of these will be fun for me. So let me know what you guys would like me to play. Both of them are really fun. I played Little Devil on my phone for a bit today, and then I decided I'm gonna keep it for the stream. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's a game that actively tries to kill you. I think that if we're not gonna play it on the stream, I'm gonna make a short let's play of it because it's really fun. So let's see what you guys will prefer. I'm expecting already it to end 50-50, but let's just see. Let's just see what the Vox Populi will be. Otherwise, I hope you guys are having fun and you enjoyed the day. I'm happy that a lot of people came and went. I have the stats open here. It seems like people are joining and leaving all the time. It's kind of cool. I mean, it's very late for most time zones, or very early for other ones. So yeah, that's that. By the way, Conqueror, you said you were from Detroit, right? Near Detroit. If I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly from last stream. Yep, pretty close. I want to visit that area one day. Alright, so let's actually play. Yeah, more people voted for Nuclear Throne, so let's play that one. It is a fun game. Let's play it on my channel a little bit, and I really like it. So the premise of the game, I'm gonna turn on the music because it's really cool. I normally have it muted because I'm listening to something while playing it, but it is really cool. So the premise is there are all of these intrepid characters. Each one has a special skill. Some have a better skill, some have a worse skill, but each one of them is very unique, and they are trying to get through all of the levels to reach the Nuclear Throne and sit on it. and basically you have to kill or destroy your way through every single map to get to the end. If you manage to kill the throne and you sit on it, the game resets and you start playing a harder version of the game. Now it is pretty tough and I haven't been playing it that much recently, but I think we can do pretty well. I'm gonna start by showing off the robot, which is my favorite character. It's also one of the easiest characters there are. So let me just clear this starting area a little bit and I'll explain what the game is all about. So, I have 8 hit points out of 8. It's really not much, you can get killed pretty quickly. I'm on level 1. You probably saw that I killed an enemy, and from them these small things called rads are collected by the character. If you fill the meter, you get an extra skill. There's always 4 random skills offered to you after every level up, and you can carry 2 weapons. Weapons are a big thing in this game. The choice of weapons and actually the randomization of the weapons that you will see is sometimes detrimental, sometimes to the benefit of your playthrough. I'm starting with a laser weapon as the robot. The game absolutely doesn't really care what kind of weapons you have, and it's gonna kill you in multiple situations if you run out of ammo, so you have to be a bit careful about that. Robot actually has a special skill. I mean, as I said, every single character has a special skill. Robot's special skill is that it can eat weapons, so it is to our benefit to pick up every single weapon and eat it. So here we have leveled up and we can choose one of the 4 following benefits. Every single time it is randomized what you get. So for the robot here, we can either get 4 extra HP, get a last wish which gives you full HP and some ammo, mutate later, or more HP from medkits. I'm gonna obviously take the rhino skin because that one is the best one. Okay, let's eat the disc thrower. That is a terrible, awful weapon that I hate. And just proceed. Now the starting shovel. That's not a bad weapon. I like the shovel. You can, as I said, you can carry 2 weapons, switch between them. There are melee and range weapons. They use different types of ammo. There's 5 types of ammo here. Bullets, slugs, arrows, explosives, and energy. We started with energy because of course we had the energy weapon to start with. But as we move through, we're gonna get different types of ammo. Now, we haven't leveled in this one, which is kind of fine. It doesn't really matter. What I was trying to say is that the starting parts of the game are relatively easy, but it starts getting really hard as you progress through the map. The desert is of course the easiest one. We're gonna see, yes, Big Bandit here, which is the first boss fight you get. I don't really give much respect to these enemies. Alright, let's take the screwdriver. The screwdriver is one of the... Let me say this way, that the game has a ton of secret levels and various benefits and hidden secrets that you can figure out if you know where to look for them. I would like to take Sledgehammer, but I can't. The screwdriver is a terrible weapon, but it is a key to one of the secret levels that we can get to, so it is worth carrying it around just for this. Alright, so we managed to clear the first section of the desert, which is the desert. We made a level up. Okay, this is a really tough choice. Strong Spirit prevents death once, so if you get hit by an attack that was supposed to kill you, even if you have 1 HP, it will save you. But I think I'm gonna take Scarier Face, which means enemies have less HP, which is kind of an amazing skill if you think about it. Alright, so now we're in the sewers, which is one of the more annoying parts of the game because the rats are relatively quick and it's hard to see here. There is of course a skill that allows you to see in the dark. Oh god. Okay, this is a cursed chest. Whatever is in it is super cool, but you can never get rid of it. Slugger. Let's eat that one. I mean, I kind of like the laser pistol. Even if it's a dinky little weapon that has very little potential, you know, it is rapid firing and can be very useful to whatever you're doing. We missed some enemies. The chest can be mimics, by the way, so it is always good to be a little bit careful about what you're picking up. Okay, we get a strong spirit again. Long arms are pretty cool. They increase your melee range. That would be good for the screwdriver, but I'm not planning to play melee, so let's go with strong spirit. We're gonna get a really nice halo. Okay, the snipers explode. Okay, I really hate the birds, or whatever you want to call them. I mean, they fly, so they're birds in my book, because they fly around the map. It's kind of hard to find them. But no, okay, thank God. This is the secret level that I've been talking about. We hit the car here with the screwdriver. Now we can eat it up. Plasma gun, nice. It's unfortunately the... Oh, let's eat up this. Get the explosives. Robot has a big benefit. Apart from the fact that it can eat weapons, it gets better weapons as you progress. Higher level weapons than it should. So plasma weapons is a weapon that we normally wouldn't get access to. So this is called Wivy's Scrib, which is one of the characters, and this is where you can get special golden weapons, which are stronger variants. You actually saw me start with the golden pistol. Come on. Alright, I'm dangerously close to dying because I do not have too much ammo here. Okay, golden crossbow is actually a pretty cool weapon. And very effective in this stage. What's this one? That's an auto crossbow. Alright, I'm gonna eat up the golden crossbow, take the plasma gun. Auto crossbow does exactly what it says on the box. It is a crossbow that is automatic, so very much more effective than a regular crossbow. Cool. So this was a little bit of a waste. Alright, Thrown Butt is a special skill that improves your character skill. So in this case, we would get more food from weapons, and it's a good thing almost every single time to take the Thrown Butt. Because it almost always is a good skill. There is an exception to this one. Okay, Big Dog is the second boss that we're gonna encounter. One of the easier ones. Alright, give me fuel, give me fire, give me... Oh, your heart's desire! Oh, that was it. I thought it was way less of them there. A laser cannon. That is a pretty neat weapon. Not a mimic. What do we have? Sticky launcher. We'll just eat that one up. That's not a great weapon to have. Sit on the throne. Yes, I do just that. Alright, the crystal caves are very dangerous because they have enemies that can very much kill you if you're not careful, and they're very hard to navigate because you cannot see properly. But we are doing good on the weapons, so I think we'll be fine. Or laser minigun. That's a really good weapon. But it also eats up your ammo incredibly fast. And we're done. But I mean, we have the... I'll keep the laser minigun, that is a great weapon. And here's a Minik, by the way. You could hear him chomping around. Boom. And he's dead. Very nasty bite. Hey Memur, thanks for watching it. I am happy that you're having fun watching the Millennium Dawn series. I'm actually planning another one after this one is over. There is a couple of nations that I would like to try. Too bad the submods suck. To be quite honest, from what I found out, the Turkey submod is one of the very few that are actually good. The other ones are usually just a terrible power trip by the devs. Hyper rifle is pretty good. Alright, let me just take the hyper rifle instead of the automatic flak cannon. Getting such good weapons here, but we'll be fine like this. Hyper rifle is one of the best bullet weapons that you can get in this stage of the game. So as I was saying, there's terrible power trips in the mods. Like, it's always some kind of small country or poor country, and you turn it, you know, insanely quickly into a powerhouse. I just don't like it. It's really not fun. I like that the Turkish one is actually really tough. I might sound frustrated when I'm playing it, but there's so many like detriments that keeps you on your toes even throughout. Oh snap, I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself. Even though that you're, you know, getting very powerful, the game keeps you on your toes all the time. Alright, I think we've played this one pretty much nice. Okay, let's see what's here. Auto shotgun. Alright, let me get the auto shotgun here. That is a much better weapon than the hyper rifle. 4 bullets is ahead of us. Alright. Made it. Yeah, recycle gland would have been good with the hyper rifle that we had, because if you hit with a bullet, there is a high chance that it will be recycled and you get it back. I guess in this case there really isn't much that we can do though. Gamma guns are awful because you need to be attacked and lose health to actually for it to take place. The extra chest might be worth it for us. Because shells are good for the auto rifle and for slug-based weapons and recycle gland. I think eventually we're gonna try to get a minigun. So let's try to get this one. This one. Now we're gonna encounter one of the most annoying bosses in the game, the Rogue Hunter. A very strong, very dangerous enemy. Especially because she's... Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. Unfortunately, if I die, I usually usually die to Low Hunter. If I don't, then it's someone much further down the game. So now let's try random characters. Chicken. Chicken is not a character that I would particularly like because she starts with a sword, and your special ability is that when you die, you have a couple of seconds when you're running around without your head, in which you can pick up a health kit. And if you manage to do that, you survive and lose a little bit of your health permanently, like 1 HP. So you're basically harder to kill. I think that's even the name of the skill itself. Hard to kill. But chicken, whenever I play chicken, I try to lean it into the melee part of the game, where you try to get, you know, some good skills that goes with melee weapons, and you try to build up on those. The sword is also, while chicken likes the sword, it's in the lore, it is a terrible weapon. Do I want the machine gun or an assault rifle? Let's take the assault rifle instead. Fires bursts. Much easier to control crowds with that. Oh, Bloodlust and Rhino Skin both are amazing, but I prefer Bloodlust because you automatically, naturally get back HP if you kill enemies. Oh, that was a terrible place to be. I mean, the game really is great if you do not... I mean, it is much easier to play the game strategically and slowly, but I really love the chaos of the game, and I will try to lean into it and just enjoy the game rather than trying to, you know, perfect everything. I just try to enjoy it the way it was supposed to be enjoyed as a bullet hell game. Okay, so we get another. SMG is a best early game bullet weapon, but it's extremely inaccurate, so I try to avoid it. Alright, now it's tempting me with Plutonium Hunger. Plutonium Hunger attracts drops and rats from further. It's one of the must-have skills every time you play, because it's just amazing. So I strongly recommend it. Oh god. This is a terrible place to be. The game is really not giving me any benefit here. The issue with the sword is that it's not even strong enough to kill one enemy with a hit, except for the truly weakest enemies. So while the range is not terrible, you need to hit everyone twice, which is not great. We need to get a better melee weapon. This is not working out for me. But I've been lucky with the HP regeneration. And that was a mimic! Really? I did not realize that. Alright, wish and you will be given. A sledgehammer is a much better weapon. Much stronger, but also much slower when you hit. Thrown throw pierce. Okay, that's one of the very few ones that are actually completely useless. You can throw weapons as chicken. That's one of her specialties. But this is just useless. I hate it. Okay, back muscle though is an absolutely necessary skill, because that one doubles your ammo capacity, which is, you know, especially for the later game, absolute must have. Could you not? Could you stop shooting me? You're making it extremely difficult for me to kill stuff. Oh my god. Alright, but other than that, back muscle, plutonium, hunger, and bloodlust, that is an extremely strong set of skills. We were really lucky with the pulls this time. A heavy crossbow. Okay, I'll take the heavy crossbow. That's gonna go well with either we kill it using the sledgehammer or we go with a heavy crossbow. So we didn't get to see any type of secret levels on this run. Unfortunately, that's sometimes gonna happen. Kill the birds. Kill the birds with a hammer. The game is a little bit janky, you can attack enemies through the walls and such. Normally I would be mad about that, but in this game it is such a chaos that I don't really mind that. Oh god. Gun. I'm not taking pulp gun, that's one of the weakest bullet weapons in the game. Oh, snap, we missed someone. Not doing good on health though, this time around. Again, chicken is not my favorite character. I'm not that good with melee weapons, I'm much better sniping enemies. Alright, the bolt marrow. Bolt marrow is great. Homing bolts is really strong, especially with... I guess we might have to get rid of the melee weapon, because this is not gonna work for us in the long term. I'm just wasting myself on this. Come on, kill the sniper. Alright, Big Dog is not gonna be an issue for us, because we got a pretty strong weapon too. Oh god, no, get me health. Speak up, no! Unlucky hit by a sniper. Anyways, we're mostly playing EU4 nowadays, with most of my hours recently being with the Alexia Comena's Glorious Finale mod. Tell me more, Conqueror, I have never heard about that mod. Oh, Hunter! This is my favorite character. It's being hunted actively by the police, intergalactic police, and it is always such a crazy run. Much harder than the usual ones, because they literally just keep hunting you. You have some pretty good skills to work with though. You get a very good rifle to start with. And every time you hit an explosion, clears a bit of the map. And you also, instead of the regular containers with radiation, you get it's called Portal Strike, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have a screwdriver? Yeah, let's take the screwdriver. We're gonna visit the crib if we get that far. And the Portal Strike is extremely strong attack that you can use as a crowd control weapon. Like so. I'm really not doing good. I'm really not doing good here. Okay. As I said. Alright, I don't like steroids, so let's try something else. Another robot one. Alright, let's try it. I mean, robot is pretty good. Again, it's my favorite character. I kind of have a feeling it's one of the easiest ones because of the better weapons trait, and you can pick weapons, which is a pretty, pretty good skill. Crossbow, sure. That mod, which I found a few weeks ago, is essentially a vanilla mod with the main focus on being trebizond, including a tree much larger than the vanilla one. You mean the mission tree for trebizond? Yeah, let's get a better weapon nutrition. I never really tried trebizond in EU4, I'll be honest. That nation has been usually outside of my attention. I think I played Armenia though a couple of times. Oh, maybe not a couple, but at least I think I played Armenia. But on the hardest difficulty, it's really not going well, to be quite honest. You know, with the Ottomans nearby and the whole Byzantine Crusade stuff, it's just very difficult to survive in that area as a general rule. Let's take Lucky Shot. Some kills will regenerate ammo. Unfortunately, it regenerates random ammo, so it's not like, you know, you get ammo you need, but it regenerates ammo as a rule. I'd like to show you guys at least one of the later parts of the game. Alright, I'm not playing Crystal. Crystal has a skill that allows it to deflect enemy bullets, which is completely detrimental to the play of the game, because you want to dodge enemy bullets, you don't want to stop in the space and let them hit you, so I'm not playing that one. It's not fun for me, and every time I try to learn Crystal, I just, you know, lose the flow of the game, and it's not fun. Okay, this is much more my style. The grenade launcher. I cannot believe this is the first time we're seeing that in the game. That's actually one of my favorite weapons and one of the most common weapons that you can get. Where is the photo? You die, please. Shotgun. I'm not taking shotgun. I'll take the grenade launcher instead. Some enemies remain. It's one last lonely scorpion. Yep, including some new disasters and mechanics along with the tree mission tree and formable, the Roman path, the Pontus path, and the currently broken Horde path. The base mod is Chinese though, so in order to read it, you will need to download the translated submod with the base mod in order to play it. Can you tell me more about the paths? Because the Roman path, Pontus path, and Broken Horde path doesn't seem much like... I mean, the Roman path I get, that is connected to Trebizond. Okay, this skill that I just took actually makes enemy projectiles slower, which makes the game much easier, because it's easier to dodge everything that the game throws at you. It doesn't, unfortunately, affect the enemy movement on its own. I don't think there's anything that affects the enemy movement speed. Oh, you bastard. Oh! And I'm really not showing my best skill here. As I said, I'm not playing Crystal. I don't like steroids either. Okay, we've played Robot a couple of times, so let's get something different. Plant. Plant is good. Plant's special skill is, it has this thing that immobilizes enemies. And Plant is also faster, doesn't get slowed down by terrain, which messes up with you. If you take, there's a skill that makes you faster, and Plant can be too fast because it's already naturally faster. So it's much harder to control if you go that way. But it's wonderful fun to play and running around insanely. Slugger. I mean, let's take it. We don't have a secondary weapon It's a basic shell weapon. Instead of a shotgun where you shoot one, when you shoot multiple projectiles, it shoots one extremely strong one. Lucky shot. To get into the rhythm of using the skill. I'm not playing Plant much, but it's a fun character. Get the pop gun. It's basically turning bullets into bouncing shotgun projectiles, which, you know, it's useful. It's not a bad skill. A weapon, and I like the sound. It really does sound like a pop, pop, pop. Alright, Bloodlust. So we have regenerating ammo and we regenerate health. That's actually pretty good setup. Killed by radiation. Oh, you bastard. Shot me right in the face with a shotgun. And popgun is actually kind of deadly in these small corridors. That is if you don't get killed first. There's a sniper there that... No, not sniper, ninja. Is trying to get the better of me. Alright, at least a little bit of HP. Running around with 1 HP is not recommended. Okay, I don't throw him with the shovel. We don't really... Well... No. Let's not be that guy again. We didn't have much luck with chicken. Oh god. Where did you guys come from? They don't really have such a high chance of spawning in here, and the fact that there's 3 of them right next to each other is actually pretty crazy. Okay, Scarier Face is gonna make it much easier for us to kill the enemies. Alright. I need those hit points. The junkyard is probably my least favorite part of the game because I always, for some reason, have an issue here. I would say that I die in the junkyard way more than anywhere else. The flak cannon. Oh yeah, I'm taking that. That is an amazing crowd control weapon. Oh, he was already dead. I was trying to kill him, and he was already dead. Alright, this is one of the examples of why I hate the junkyard, because the exploding cars everywhere are really annoying. They can be really dangerous too. Bouncer SMG, not really. Alright, back to the big dog again. Die, 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 die. Alright, let's wake up the big guy. This gun, huh? Not really interested. I mean, with EU5 coming out in a month, I guess I will be picking that up for Christmas. It's gonna need the rest of 2020 to cook though, says Natax 90. Yep, with CK3 getting its East Asia expansion coming out in a few days, although I was I actually want to do. I think I mentioned it somewhere that I want, maybe last time on the stream, that I'm planning to do at least 1 or 2 playthroughs of CK3 soon. The East Asia expansion, when is it coming out? Because that is a one that I want to grab for sure. It's an amazing, or I hope there's going to be an amazing expansion, but CK3 is really good. If you're playing CK2 Conqueror, what kind of mods are you using? CK2 Plus or something else? Alright, we're back in the Crystal Caves. Oh. Alright, got you guys. Oh no. Yeah, that's the worst thing that can happen to you. Alright, I'm gonna do one last run and then I'm gonna start closing it. Okay, well, this character is amazing. It's one of my favorite, and it's also one that has 2 health points. So with the exception of the small maggots that you see here, every single thing that's gonna touch it will kill it instantly. Even these little bullets that you see flying around the map. So yeah, the benefit is he gets way more hit, way more rads, so he levels up faster. And the second benefit is that he can do this. He can explode corpses, and if we get thrown butt, you can pretty much clear an entire map using this skill. But it is super hard to get to anywhere where he can use it. Well, I mostly play with Bloodwine mods and historical event mods to add flavor to it, including to embed myself. Bloodwine mods, you mean like vampire Bloodwines, or just like expansion to the historical Bloodwines that are in the game? These, all 4 of these are absolutely horrible. Trigger fingers will not help us. Long arms are awful. We cannot play a melee character here. Impact Vests is awful, and you know we have 2 HP, so highest rates of fire as HP gets lower does not pertain to us. So I guess Trigger Fingers. We really have to be careful with this one. Especially because it's a... I like that I said that this is the last run, because it puts so much pressure on me now to play good. There's a couple of skills that go really well with this character though. There's a skill that negates any kind of damage from explosions and fire, below 4 HP. So you're basically immune to those. And you know, obviously the halo will, you know, is perfect for you because you get an extra kill. And if you can get the Rhino skin and the 4 extra HP, you're pretty much set, because the character, you know, the corpse explosion as you see here can be extremely strong. Okay, Boylan Veins, that's the one that I was talking about. No damage from explosions and fire when under 4 HP, which pretty much means that we can go ham with the grenade launcher. I don't care, you know, whatever. The explosion will not hurt us. So we can use explosion weapons point blank. It will never do anything to us. Unlike other things though that are going to positively kill us if we get hit. Oh, a minute. I just got myself into a corner. Did we kill him? No. Alright. So obviously any kind of explosion based weapon will be now a godsend for us, because... Okay, you're not a mimic. Standard historical Bloodline expansion mods. As I put either vanilla CK2, a Game of Thrones, or occasional after the end. I'm not sure what WTWSMS is. I've tried HIP and CK2 plus and they don't revive with me. Why do you prefer CK2 Game of Thrones to CK3 Game of Thrones, if I might ask? What is the difference? Have you compared those? Conqueror? I would be interested in learning a little bit more about that. I don't care about you. Okay, we now have the Halo, so I'm just gonna go ham on all of these rats. We pretty much got a free... Okay, radiation though is extremely dangerous to us. So we have to remember that. Oh! Okay, I'm actually gonna show you a new secret level that I haven't before, which is a sewer level with... A Conqueror is gonna probably get this one immediately, not sure about the other ones, but in the sewer there is a rat and 4 turtles living in there. It's my favorite secret level in the game. And there's a lot of pizza boxes everywhere. Oh god, yeah, that was nasty. Alright, but we're gonna regenerate the Halo the moment we get... The moment we... Another toxic launcher? There's like 2 of them here. The moment we get a single health kit. We just have to get it. Alright, I guess I have no other choice but to go for Recycle Gland, and we're gonna go full on machine guns. Alright, now we get the Halo back. That's one of the benefits of having this character, that it goes very well with you know, the Halo and the Boiling Veins. I need to use these skills a little bit more, but I'm usually not using it unless we get the Throne Butt, which makes it extremely strong. How about no? You fly right in my face. That is super dangerous. Lightning pistol, huh? Not really my thing. Let's just blow everything up. Alright, we lost the Halo again. I need to get a health kit. I'm not going after big dogs with no weapons and no health. How about no? How about you die? I'm really not interested in a ninja hitting me in the face with a sword. Rhino skin. I'm taking a rhino skin. I need more health. even though it breaks the build a bit. I can always do this. I can always lose HP. Just and then pretend I don't have it. Oh god, this is so bad. I can't even see them. I already got one. Give me that. Give me the halo. Come on. For a moment there, I literally lost my cursor. I wasn't sure where it is. The bouncer SMG, huh? Well, we have one grenade here. Double flame attempt. Well... No, oh god, this is so bad. Okay, let me check the chat, because the game has somehow destabilized completely while I was out. Oh yeah, this is really poor. This is not a great starting location. Jesus Christ, how many are here? And I of course have no ammo for the grenade launcher. That one would be great here. No! Yeah, I was supposed... That was stupid. I should have stayed there. Well, anyway, I hope you guys had fun. I'm gonna start slowly closing the stream. And the Queer Throne is one of my favorite games. I played it a lot before. I even had a number of episodes on my channel, but haven't played much in the recent months, and I started playing it recently again. It's just such a classic. So yeah, that's that. Anyway, I hope everyone enjoyed. I hope you guys had fun. It was fun for me. I liked the Stanley Parable. I liked the the platform 8. That's actually a pretty neat game. And I also like the Nuclear Throne. You know, I'm gonna do the Little Devil tomorrow. I'm not gonna stream it, but I'm gonna record it, because it's such a short game. I think I can do like 4 or 5 episodes and it's gonna be done. And it is such a cool yet evil game. I think you will like it, because it's really fun. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna head off, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you next week with another stream or on my Let's Play videos. If you guys have any suggestions or anything, hit me up on the Discord, or send me a message, or put it in the comments in any kind of this, on any of the posts that I had, and I'll be happy to learn a bit more about your suggestions and what you guys would like to see. I really like this kind of like bite-sized gaming, or testing games out. A Stanley Parable could definitely use another playthrough, or continuation. We might do it next time on the stream a little bit more, just get through some other sections of it. We could also do the Curious Expedition 2 again, because that one was fun. And I'm gonna try to figure out a couple more games that we could play next time. So yeah. Anyway, guys, take care. It was fun, and I'll see you next time. Bye.